Hello. Oh, I'm actually excited for this. So there is a slight change of plans. We were supposed to be leveling Reaper today, but we're actually going to be leveling through the MSQ. So I'm going to have to go as Bard because it's the only one I've got at level 80 at the moment. And hello, Tris. Tristan A. Welcome in. I'm actually looking forward to this. I actually need to turn my volume up in game because I set it to 0 so you didn't end up being deafened by 2 sets of different music while that was going on. Oh, Estelle just logged in. Okay, let's get this started. Hold on. Can I forgot. Can I put glamour plates on in the Rising Stones? No. Okay. So I'm stuck looking like a Santa. I'm actually stuck looking like a evil Santa Claus for the foreseeable future. But don't worry, once we get to Limpsa, I will be changing glamours. So, let's get this all underway. This is actually the most excited I've been to start a story. Hold on, let me just quickly say hi to Estelle. Okay, the next ship that sails, and I get horse chestnut weapon coffer. Okay. That's a lot of XP. Thank you for the sub, and I just realized, why am I... Hold on. Why are my alerts not working? What the... Hold on. Thank you for the sub. Bear with me 2 seconds. Something isn't right here. Because for some odd reason, my alerts have decided they don't want to work today. And I don't know why, but bear me 2 seconds and I will... Because it's an MSQ. Yeah, the alerts decided, no, fuck you, I don't want to work today. So wait, hold on. Let me just test something. Okay, so there isn't any reason why...
Born too late to explore the Earth, born too early to explore the universe, born perfectly to explore dank memes.
Okay, so it... Okay. Something is odd here. Because my alerts should be working. Yeah, they're all set to be on. Bear me 2 seconds while I fix this. Okay. Something... No, that was because I hit a test thing. Did you actually get an alert pop up on the screen? Huh. Okay. Very odd. It chose not to play for me for some odd reason. Oh well. Thankfully, I've got my stream OBS open, so I can see when somebody follows or when somebody subs or anything like that. So should be good for that. So I should be able to thank everyone. But no, it's good. Estelle, just saying, Evan, you online? Gone are the days in Cactuar? Yes, gone are the days in Cactuar. Not really. I'm still going to be playing in Cactuar. But because this is my stream character, I preferably need to run the MSQ on this before I even touch the MSQ on on Cacta. So it's gonna be a fun one. So let's jump right in. Endil, do you have time? Do you have some time to talk? Yes, I do. I have plenty. I have 8 hours today. Yes, we're going for an 8-hour stream. We're streaming from 10 till 6 today, so should be a good one. I'd like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Is this a voiced cutscene? Okay, no, it's not. Let's take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organisation known as the Thulhu. Thulhu's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that will result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. Yes, and I like this music. I just noticed the music. What the hell? Unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. I can deal with that. I'll deal with that. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. Yeah, leave it to me. Now for on to Arnvold and Fort Dolo, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. Oh yeah, because Garlemald descended into chaos during Shadowbringers, didn't it? As you know, the Thulhu are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Yegalvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it for a good while there. It saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. I am glad that they changed Oriange's dialogue throughout the expansions, because I don't think I could deal with his Around Reborn dialogue if he was in this. I hated Shakespeare back in school. I don't want to have to deal with Shakespeare again. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labour to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made fools, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Thulhu. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter the threat, and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. I can't take my character seriously wearing this outfit. I will find a way in Sharlayan, I am sure of it. Master Fortuno comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Oh, as long as I get to punch Fortuno in the face, that's all I care about. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Quarles. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalised. Here we go. I get to finally punch that dickhead in the face. You head to Limsa Limitsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course, we should set off at once. Here we go. I'm actually looking forward to this. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. I can't wait till I get to the first voiced cutscenes. Oh, I'm so looking forward to this. Speak with Taru in Limpsa Luminsa. I can finally get out of this goddamn cursed suit. I can finally get out of this cursed suit, finally. Once Limpsa loads up. It is eerily quiet for Limpsa. Holy shit. This is eerily quiet. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Where's the docks? Ethernet. So I need to go over here. So Arcanist Guild. Okay. Here we go. So I just had to send that because the saddest point about this whole thing, me and Taru are no longer Lalafels. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. Oh no. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I got plenty, don't worry. This is going to be so much fun. Oh god, this thing got so many memories.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
There it is.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny.
What is? I don't like it when NPCs say something is funny. Because I feel like that's just asking for trouble at this point.
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
Did he?
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Oh.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
Is it bad that the very first word Orianjay said then made me think they got an entirely new voice actor for him?
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
I forgot Thancred was a thief.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Alize, don't do that pose again. Just don't.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
I think it's all of our first visits, isn't it?
Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Alvino's too precious for this world.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company.
Oh. I feel like Estinian's going to just be sassy this entire expansion. I don't know why.
Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
There it is.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
I think I'm going to like Estinian in this expansion.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
I'm not going to see her for like, God knows how long, are we?
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
That's such a good question.
It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
It's a good question. Where is Taro actually from? I never actually... I can't remember ever actually seeing that.
And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back, don't worry.
I'll hold you to that.
I feel like I fucked up. Because now if one of them dies, I'm fucked.
Ah, good. You're still here.
He has a voice now? When did these guys get voices?
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
This is... Okay, I'm... Okay. I wasn't expecting voiced... like, voices for these guys.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
Can we hear Cartnot's
We will too, of course.
voice
Aye.
now?
We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Okay, I'm just going to say one thing. Yeah, he sounds like the guy that from Stronghold that keeps having to notify you about everything. I think the Squire from the Stronghold series.
We're set to sail. All aboard for Charlian.
Okay, here we go. Start of our journey. Oh, this is going to be
It's time.
Emotional ride, isn't it? I am not looking forward to this.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
I'm definitely going to need luck protecting these guys. The amount of death flags these guys have had throughout the expansions, I've not got my prospects up.
And please, please, be careful.
Okay, her voice actor has got so fucking good throughout the expansions. Oh, we never got to hear this guy speak. This guy. Why? I wonder what that'd be like for a Lalafell standing there.
So you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives
I'm so
is
glad it's
destined to
Cell.
die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
And of course, he's still his sassy self. Okay.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Oh, man.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
This is actually... I'm genuinely... This is actually very emotional. So I take it we're going into Charlian. I feel like this place is just going to be packed. That's probably the reason why Limpsa is so dead right now. Everyone is over here. Probably why it's taking a while to load in as well. Only thing I can think of. Here we go. Come on, don't crash on me while it's trying to fucking load. Thank fuck. This is reminiscent of
Here.
The 1.0 Limsa opening cutscene.
Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
I love when the other Scions are awake. He acts like the fanboy, but when they're asleep, he goes back to his Crystal Exarch persona.
I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
There she is. There's Vanat. So I find quiet during the cutscenes as well.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear. Feel. Think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I can't trust Heidelin.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him.
Okay. I already know, but still.
Yet 7 times now. Those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered.
Hearing it actually come from Heidelin just makes the betrayal feel 10 times fucking worse.
The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
Okay.
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
So wait,
Wheels
hold on.
shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
Wait, hold on. Are we gonna have to take Hydaelyn's place in this? It's like a Davy Jones thing.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable.
Okay, I feel like we have to
Honor
take
the
her
promise
place.
made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's
Not
go.
yet.
Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Here we go. Now the story starts for good. Four days. 4 days. And we're finally starting. I had the early access, but...
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Yeah, I don't like our prospects either,
Quite.
Estinian. Don't
So
trust
let
me.
us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed.
Okay.
The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Okay.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
It looks like roads.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
I can't take, like, these sorts of voices seriously on Lalafell characters, I'm not going to lie.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Okay. That's unique.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Oh dear.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
This could go horribly wrong.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that,
Oh no. Why do I feel something bad's about to
the streets are
happen?
abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
Alphino, go slap some people, please. I just want to see Alphino just lose it.
These last two are not Sharlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Adventurer by trade.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Oh, I gotta. Can I just yeet this bitch off the pier into the sea, please?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Wait, that's his last name? His name is Valino. What?
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me.
There we go. Thank God Quar's here.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Can I just yeet every Sharlian off the pier into the ocean, please? I'm starting to hate them already.
It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlian.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Okay. To be fair, if I was called a mercenary, I'd at least want a salary as well. And I need to go and actually set all these up. Where is the main Aetheryte Plaza? Yeah, I'll get the tune first. Okay, I'm going to keep Say, Sal, all that stuff. Oh, it's over here. That's also your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for details. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Okay. Let me open up that coffer. And then I need to go to here and retrieve materia. Alright, I will accept this next quest. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is only going to his first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? As long as there's a cup of tea waiting for me, I do not care. Yeah, just give me some tea. I'll be fine. That's all I need to get rid of jet lag. It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighbourhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I will not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Okay, so time to explore Sharlayan and find a materia melder. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith by thy leave. Fusinian, my services as a guide are yours for the asking. I'm going to say, until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Okay. But I could... Oh, yeah, Estinian, just no. No point even asking. Would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Of course, if you will have me. Come on, deal. Sharlayan awaits. As long as I can boot some Sharlayans off the pier. Just that's all I want to do. Just give me that option. Okay, I need a material melder, but first, shit! Yes, I forgot. They reset that. Actually. Okay, no. No. Okay, so I need to complete this one. Okay, here we go. My first ever look around Sharlayan. Should I do it in first person, actually? It reminds me so much of Rome. Well, there's the Aetheryte Plaza. Hold on, where's Grah? Why is Graha back on there? God damn it. You know what? No, I'm not going back there just yet. I'm going to go get all of the Aetherites before I do anything. We'll go on a circuit. Journey's End, okay. Yeah, this really gives me like Rhodes, ancient Greece, Rome, that sort of thing. Where's this next Aetherite? It should be... Ah, here it is. Ethernet. Oh no, that can get off my back. Okay, there's an Ethernet here. Okay, let's move you down there. Okay, there's one over here, and then we cut across to there, to the old Sharlayan Aetherite, and then it should be good. Should I put you up here, so you're sort of semi out of the way, and I don't need to have those up at least. It's up here. Let's go around and get the other one. Okay, that makes it a bit easier. And then last one, head round to Old Charlian. And a tune. Okay, there we go. Oh, what the fuck? There we go. My game didn't know what the hell it was doing then. Okay, where is Goraha? And of course the marmots are dressed like that. Okay. To you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. You can leave Goraha behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Goraha and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Goraha accompany you, again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Goraha has accompanied you, next try speaking with Cryo. All set, then let's be on our way. First stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Okay. Oh god, my game. Oh, it's over here. Can I run and they run with me? Yes. Okay. And that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Okay. Cryo. The path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Okay. Next is up here. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. Okay. Good to know. Don't eat the food. How can I put this? The food is it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all of his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. dick on. Welcome to The Last Stand. As the final, and some say only, bastion of fine dining in Sharlayan, we guarantee a quality of culinary experience found nowhere else in the city. Can I order? Can I order food? Please? Let me order? Come on, give me something else. No, no! Fuck you then. I don't want your food anyway. I would do just fine without that burger. Next is the Aetheryte Plaza, or Aetheryte. An unusual shape, isn't it? Yes, it looks like a shell. I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning. Aetherites, remember to attune yourself before we move on. Already done. Now being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of elegant Aetherites, it allows us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Agora is this way. Even 4 days in and on a weekday, it's still a little laggy in this area. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has a particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. That one? Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Cracked dendro clusters. Okay. Okay. Oh, soon I get those from something. I completely forgot. I need to go get some material at some point. So a market board here. Retainer Vocate, Gemstone Trader. You know what, actually? Hire Retainer. Oh. Do I? I have 9 retainers, apparently? What? Where's the bell? Where's the bell? Ah, summoning bell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, I already do. Never mind. Oh, this way. Okay, there we go. This grand structure before you is the Vostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which the forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. Apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in a mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. Bit by bit, those three buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. Okay. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Why does it feel like I'm in a trust right now? Right at Journey's End, history tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nyunkrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. The estate belongs to our friends from House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. It has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Bardessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? When we think, we head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, and then follow the path below the Aetherites. Correct, after you, Owen Deal. Oh no, we're going in. Do the doors open? Okay, these doors don't open. You say keep my distance. I ain't keeping my distance. Oh, I can't do anything here. Hold on. Can I go through these doors? Okay, I will admit it looks nice. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna punt Fortuno off a cliff the second I see him. Okay, Cryle is still behind me. Okay. Right, so apparently, oh, okay, good. Apparently over here. Oh, it's here. As for the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you arrive at the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Okay. I am back and I brought Erendil and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Erendil. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. Okay. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kyle and Graha's reports so far, so for me, it's akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It's an honour to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters along with the Isle itself vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yes, it feels so empty with so many lost to us. Our organisation is a shell of its former self. There will come when we will see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that the Tlothroi fall. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Okay. What about on the right? Once everyone arrives, that is, we probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. So I'm assuming that's the right. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, Naprun's perfect for an afternoon doze. Why do I feel like Graha is the type of person that dozes no matter what? Oh, I didn't mention to give you the wrong impression. Chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. I'll hold you to that, Graha. To not up to scratch, I'm blaming you. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. This became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully yours won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Okay. Let me go see what my room looks like. Oh god, Sharlayan is taking a while to load. This is what I get for thinking that, oh yeah, it's perfectly fine. I'll stream 4 days after Endwalker arrives. Oh god. Speaker car. Okay, first of all, retire to my room. I want to see what my room looks like. I want to see if it looks nicer than... Oh. Oh. No, this is nice. I do like that crystal bell. Looks so much better. Oh yeah, I can't. Okay. Can I sit here? I can. God, that chair looks so small. Okay. I should probably stop messing about. Up. Okay then. Tris, I take it you saw that in FC chat, right? Oh, wow. Okay, I was kind of expecting a bit more in the room, but it's nice, I guess. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Please be voiced, please be voiced. Come on, please be voiced.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
You're always delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Okay.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
Okay, so there's been a change.
As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
So, arseholes. Got it.
And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
No, I guess the bibliotheques are the ones that have
Yet
all the power.
despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Okay. So something's going down.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Okay.
Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair.
Oh, so we get to go to Radzadhan now?
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Okay.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzadhan, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Okay, so that's us.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Okay, Charlie, you're staying here then.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Once again, I'm being overworked.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
Bear me 2 seconds.
As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with...
Bear me 2 seconds, because I did not realise my Steam was going to make that sound.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Yeah, I think the twins should definitely stay here.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I can't see why anyone would object.
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Okay.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
Hey, Fallout. Yeah, I'm actually enjoying the story so far. I do want to punch Forshno in the face, though. I can't wait till I actually get to see him in the story.
Rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete.
Yeah, I know.
May our investigations prove
I just don't like
fruitful.
using people's real names. For loads of different reasons. But yeah, as soon as I see Forshno in this story, I just want to punch him in the face. That is my main goal. Okay, what am I getting for this, actually? Horse chestnut gear coffer. Okay, what does it look like? That's the question. Okay, I think we're going to start with the... Yeah, I'm already wearing Crypt Lurker gear. Never mind. Actually, how many poetics do I have? Okay, not enough. How does this gear actually look? When it says gear, what? A Gagus? Oh, it's a... Okay. What the fuck is that? It's this one. Display gear. Okay, there we go. That actually does look really nice for like a military style outfit. I might have some use for that in a glam. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I might have some use for that in a glam. Okay, we're gonna start with Kryl, which will give us a foot coffer. Okay. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the form's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the cancers directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let's just reconvene outside Numenor, shall we? Wasn't Numenor from... Oh no, it was Numenor. Okay. I don't know why, as soon as I saw Numenor, it just reminded me of the Silmarillion. Exit annex to the right. You will find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Okay, will do. As you can see, actually, you probably can't see it, but I'm on my Omega ult right now. Because I want to do everything on stream. One hour in story? Well, I've been streaming for like 2 hours already, so... Or near enough 2 hours. But yeah, I have been focusing on the story a lot. Oh, the story roulette. Wait, hold on. So you've been an hour in a queue. And hold on. I probably shouldn't have hit that while I was in a city. I should have done that when I was in the room. Ah, you've already finished the story, okay. Great, I'm now going to be stuck in a loading screen for ages because of the amount of people here. But that's my character. I think they said it was to the right. Yeah, they did. Okay, so I need to go over here. It feels so slow now. I don't like this. Oh, got a bit of a lag spike. It's over this way. There's that many people, it's taking my skills like... Oh no, it's at the top of the stairs, okay. It's taking my skills like 10 seconds for them to actually pop. For some odd reason. What's actually going through? My ping is... Wow, okay. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. Oh, great. Do I have to read? Do I have to read? This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many that, for the archives of Numenon, extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphinaud will help me continue my search to stacks open to the general public. This also presents more of a problem, as a non-citizen you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those subjects will make it easier, far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I have told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Okay. Actually, one thing that I do need to do real quick is... let me just start dumping some stuff. Oh, so we get 2 of these now. Nice. Okay. Iron Jaws can sort of keep those up, so I'm going to keep that there. I'm going to put my songs on the rotation that I normally run them. My procs for those songs are going to go here. Barrage can then go here. Peloton can stay down there. In fact, actually, I need to put these here. And then Apex Hour can go there. Troubadour can go there. And boom. Okay, there we go. Oh, and Warden's Peon goes there. There we go. So it said search. I'm assuming... Oh, okay, so they've actually got glowing areas where I need to go to. Brightly coloured book. Toss and Spine reads the story of Charlian. Read the book. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Nynkrep. Nynkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The floods arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nynkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. Yeah, have a good one. Have a good one, Fallout. With only moments to spare, Nynkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abelathia's spine. Okay, so that's the mountain range in Dravania, I believe. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nynkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. Landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlian we live in to this day. Okay. Red covered book. Roads of Old, the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Faliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and the demand encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumours spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognise what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum, or cover the history of the Charlian motherland in greater detail. Is there one down here? Okay, there's one over here. Jesus, that goes down a fair bit. Okay. Blue covered book. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologies of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, Has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? Or as far as to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? So basically it's just astronomy. Okay. Well-worn manual. Forever 20 summers. Okay. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research, another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, you will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, aetherical, or arcane viewpoint. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. No mention of anything of importance. So, absolutely useless. Time-worn tome. Stewards of wisdom. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Nyunkrep, a founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement of an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Sharlayans took to heart the words of their saviour and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise can be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Okay. One more. It should be down here, but it's not. So we've got the Time Worn. I completely disregarded this one. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger numbers of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. This was the form, as we know it today, conceived and created. Wait at the designated position. No, designated location. Okay, so let us see. Sorry, were you waiting long? I don't know. I mean, it was night when you guys turned up and night now, so probably not. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kras should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically. So we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father instructed staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not allowed to cross the threshold. Oh dear. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the form will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I am certain of it. And what of you, G'raha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabad, in fact. Oh, he's from Garlemald then. In the southern reaches of Ilsabad, in fact, for generations, my people have dwelt in Korvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Favnir. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and the Fifth Umbral Calamity froze the seas solid. Many of the tribes still living in Korvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allegan technology from being misused. Well, we saw how that went. Isn't Korvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amoenus. Okay. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of the illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favour of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allegan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. Oh dear. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Soir, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we were all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain why I wish for it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the form's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Evandil. More company should be arriving any moment now. I will once it loads. There we go. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kyle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent Forge members. Perhaps their knowledge on the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask a few questions related to the final days? And anyone here who didn't witness the events of Amaro firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. Chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That's more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyse. To the best of our knowledge, however, these things were not preserved or passed on. Shola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah yes, the Amaranthines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course. First as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amaro was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say, to be considered the harbinger of doom. It must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll speak to, with one of Numenon's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiac. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested... Oh, I accidentally hit the wrong button. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Slothroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen that they're doing, seen what they're doing with these towers of theirs. It's forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this point. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? Just keep an eye out for a Stola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. I wish people wouldn't just stand on the destination. I'm the last time. My extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Oriange learned of the source's reflections from the Geron oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or councillors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuno with knowledge of the Slothroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behaviour is kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh no. It what feels like an age as a Stola's research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For a moment though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. You might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ah, it's over here. Alizé. Ready for a tea break, Erendil? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables. I will treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Okay. It's snowing. Am I missing something? Is there something Why is it snowing? Peloton. Wait 10 years for that to pop off. By then, my Peloton will probably have ended. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sport to compete for customers. Actually, this guy gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about this Lefroy. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Altair is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. I don't like these fucking escort missions right now. What was it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. Mr. Santa, we're simply wondering if you knew of the Tlofroy. His enemy's a piece of promise and end to all that we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are, giving truth to the rumour. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. I must apologise for forcing me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come on, deal. I'm coming back to punch you. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on Tlofroy and their unconscionable plans. Goodness, it isn't the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortuno that I was helping you... I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. Okay, let's ask Dickon. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alizé I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studio. This is like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated. And I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortuno may have been, news of your family's doings never stay secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? There are questions and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find. Information about this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn, unfortunately. Your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. Also, there's more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're visitor, Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Well, idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Yeah, I'll do it. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisela. She's sitting at the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? Yep. The tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely. Thank you. Miss Lover, who? Oh, I'm sorry. I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. No, I'm good. Finally, 2468. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What the software? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. They had some grand claim about the end of days, some old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Let's put the lobster down. Ah, so the oven-baked lobster is mine. Let's see what he has to say. The final days. This is the first time I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folks who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. These Lothroy make good on their audacious threats. Then many uncategorized rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Speak with Alize. So there's stuff coming in from the docks. Okay. What are customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting, they seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer. He's the best source of gossip in the city. Forum does have secret knowledge. They've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle. Away from the gossips of their wagging tongues. Where is Alize? Over here. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
No, it's okay. We'll get back at him, don't we?
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian?
Yeah. was like
said that
an
the
hour ago.
Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say.
You can't get victory without sacrifice. That's the problem.
Neither did Alphino, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
No, I don't think they would have. And there's the Gleaners.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Something's going on.
Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the Gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And Gleaners answer to the Forum.
Okay, something's going on.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
So we're going to Labyrinthos. Okay. Alize? 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 Come on, pop up. Labyrinthine Descent. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go ahead to Numenon. I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Okay. Guess I'll just use the Aetheryte and go to Studium. It's taking a while to load again. There we go. Please be voiced, please be voiced, please be voiced, please be voiced. Damn it! Welcome back, Deal. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Okay. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. Let us see what theory we can build from those facts. As Istola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with that, what Erendil and Alisaie learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Shardens know nothing of a particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telothroi is wholly unlike those apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea requests for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it's a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. I'll just say a fine idea. I don't want to piss off Istola. She could probably end me with a single thought. I'm glad you approve. You won't be disappointed, I'm sure. As for myself, there are a few subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Okay, is it a cutscene? No. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path is a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead to stay close. Follow Alisaie and try not to fall behind. Oh god, she's gonna walk. Yes, well, we would move along if you'd actually pick up the pace. You want to try to keep up. Finally! Keep to the path straight ahead. Across the bridge. Okay. Up here. Well, we're finally getting there. Vostra. Not far now. I was like, can you just keep a straight pace? Like a straight line? Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. With Cryo. Well, first things first, let's speak to the Chocobo Keep. Okay. I'm pretty sure I talked to every Chocobo porter around. Well, here we are. We're all here now, yes. I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone, onto the lift and down we go. Can we get down?
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Wow, okay.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Oh dear.
Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's...
Yes, let's go. Come on, come on. Gather information. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high, damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Okay. Still seems really weird, though. Teve. Let me think. The rear seed should be item 1058. Human seeds 1059. Snowballberry 1060. Or were they 1061? Nah, it feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more lows to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots and the Giribanian carrots? What then? There's a difference. You here to help? Or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. And I have to pack up marmots running loose. So they're exhausted. Any luck, Erndil? What tales do the gleaners have to tell? Nothing much. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That'll explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. You're right, the form is definitely up to something. And they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Okay. I think... What time is it? It is 12:43. I think I'm going to take a 5-ish minute break. I'm going to go make myself a quick bite to eat, like a pot noodle or something. Or some ramen. And have a quick smoke. Then I'll be right back to continue the story. So, we'll be right back. Okay, I am back. When I went out for my smoke, in the distance, it sounded like one of the old air raid sirens was going off. Like the old World War II ones. And I've only ever heard that like twice in my entire life. But it is getting really stormy and windy out there right now. So, is it by any chance something to do with the storm that's on its way in? Anything I can think of. Very odd. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are tasked to do. As well as who asked them to do it. If you're game Erndil, I have an idea. Yeah, I'm down. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Yes, he did. I don't know what he means by that, but we'll find out. Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. We can try. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon the Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Okay. So I also have some ramen. Because it is freezing outside. I don't know why I kneeled. You'll help me find the marmots. I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Okay, let's go. Name is Ernval, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagshian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present. Should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you'd happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Oh, I'm getting some lag spikes. Okay. Oh god, the lag. Jesus. Okay, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this marmot. To avoid that for now. I see you, you motherfucker. Get back here. Hello. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. I've had to do this like 6 fucking times. Come on, let me up. There we are. Don't know why there's a load of cars here. Well, there's an ether current, and I'll grab the grizzle marmot in a sec. I'm going to grab this ether current first. Got ya. You ain't getting away this time. Oh, we're nearly there. He's going to send us out to catch more, isn't he? Only fact, I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, there's the odd mammoth out. Wait here for a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to catch them in the first place? That's what I want to know. Well, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity, the same officials who had us working day and night of late, the honourable members of the Forum, who else? I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Earndeal. Is this the Gleaner you mentioned, the one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I inquire of the students of Baldessian. These of us are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical, never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls, other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So confirmed that the order for the ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum, however the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. I also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contracted the Gleaners guild ship to put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Solothroi made their chilling declaration. So not long after the Solothroi, okay. As seasoned travellers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world. Out of necessity, thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a competitive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And Solothrai's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaon? From there we can reach the lower... Oh, goddammit, Quile. What's happening? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaon. We followed a path east, through the forest, where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, it's just the trolls you need to watch out for. I'll come back for you. As long as I stick to the roads, I should be fine, I believe. Yeah, I was fine. It was an easy one. Behold Archaon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliff side itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Wash chestnut head coffer. Let me quickly get the Aether right. Speak with the Archaon Custodian. I'm assuming our guys have already gone in. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaon's vaults. Peruse, you are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian. But is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. The building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologise for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late. We were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Units of Baldessian? Oh, people don't like the students then. It's taking a while to load. We are at an impasse, as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need with a few strong backs to lighten the load. Speak with the people of the Archaon. I take a lift. Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anyway. But it was wandering around tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Oddest little squirrel, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to just take care of it until the Archaon is open again. Okay. Bone-weary worker. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though. Shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Search for the pack-bearing gleaner. Come on, let me up. Let me up. Despite your frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. You just help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1, very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cries is a distinctive call. Single it out and shoot it with the sleeping dart. Okay. Let's go. Hit the right bird with the dart. Not green. Got ya. Okay, there we go. I'm quite good with these dart ones.
Fair shot.
Oh, he actually has a voice. Okay.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
Okay.
There you are. Any new revelations?
No. Well. Not really.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Maybe. Everything I can think of.
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. Judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
So there's something dodgy going on.
About climb? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Something dodgy is going on here.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
You too?
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Any danger, you guys are fucking turning back. I'll go alone. Okay, so head over to the... We're inside a building. Why is it raining? This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Whilst having beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should lighten our straps and such before we continue. So we should tighten our straps. What does this visor look like? Nothing for me. Okay. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head it on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again on the other end of the tunnel. And some guy decides to just go straight in with a car. Okay. Okay, let's survey. Oh, there's the position. God, why does it take so long to survey? Okay, next one. There we go. Everyone seems to have made it through without incidents. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier Ziliki provide a variety of samples for agricultural production. If Enver's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Okay. We're gaining on them. Straight garlic. Okay. So that explains the grapes. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation. which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilised in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable success might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the form's plans and their underlying motivations, worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from those workers. The rest of us will do the same for, or cast about for useful clues. Gather some information. Jubke. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the form has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganisation, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Let's go see what these grapes look like then. They're even worse in person. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modelled, a region in the south of Sabad. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. This bountiful territory is ever contested. As you might expect, used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amoris. The form saw it as not a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. And overwhelmed labourer. Whatever ought to be taken down below, more than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence a stack of crates atop that hill over there. God's hauling that lot up that slope was a job and a half. Okay, let's see what's up here. No. You stay over there. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Oh, wait, what? New person?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Oh.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet, and there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's
Sorry for being
supposition
quiet, I
that
was
her
just quickly
priority has
finishing
been
my
placed
ramen.
on improving food production. Unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Oh, so this is...
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
This is all under the radar. Oh dear.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
It's our friend.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
I don't care.
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryer?
Those flowers mean something for Quile.
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
I can almost reach you.
Those flowers have a significant meaning for Hydaelyn. I'm calling it. Okay, let's go. Erenville was headed westward along the path outside of the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. Let's go. I'm coming. I'm coming. And here we are. Hold a moment, I have an idea. Lemon says that colossal warlike structure is Logis... oh, pardon me. Logisticon Beta, one of the Princess's climate control centers, which have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper and or lower tiers. If we were an agent of the form, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, she will have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. But there are other ways of turning invisible. Everybody hop, my little toads. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? We're not, it will wear off with the passage of time. Just you and your greener companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, You'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Were the creatures hereabouts in that form, you're essentially defenseless. Okay, let's go. Look to the map. Ah, shit, I can't move faster. God damn it. Oh, for fuck's sake, I traveled all this way and I... God damn it. I travelled all this way and I was supposed to speak to Alpha now. Leave me alone. Oh no, a toad. Toads are never good in this game. Alpha Toad and Alatoad are now accompanying you. You make your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. So we're going the shortcut way. Stay over there. No, leave me alone. Oh. Thank God for cutscenes.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Oh, these guys are taking the piss.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
They mean to cultivate everything on the moon, don't
do your
they?
bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
He knows.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Of course he knew.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
He has a point.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Okay, he's good. I hope we see a lot more of him. Am I still being attacked? No. So as you should have known, a gleaner specialized in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. He seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of this puzzle, this monumentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called into action, and this Lefoy's declaration was the catalyst, whatever change it is they hope to fulfill. they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Here we are, we get to finally meet the Forum. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Ashtola and Kryl for the moment, see what they think of this. Okay. So there's something going on. We know that much. And we know that apparently Sharlayan has a monumental duty. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. She share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. I feel like Vanat is going to be there. Oh god, the lag. Okay, I can't get around that way. This is going to take a while. Okay. You stay over there. You got that? Okay, let's find out what we can.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said
Okay.
you would need it for the journey ahead.
So it is Vanat. Or Heidelin.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Wait, what? What the hell is going on?
Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Oh, I can't wait
Mistress
to punch this guy.
Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Which
we are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
And what
we will
exactly
not
is this
risk its
undertaking?
success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Which he has access to.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Oh, I look forward to this. Give me an excuse to fucking deck you, motherfucker. Just give me one excuse. On top of the multitude I've already got. This looks different to the trailer.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
I don't think we've ever seen Quire without a
influence
hood.
with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
saviors of the world.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. G.O.S.H would be ashamed.
Hold on, wasn't G.O.S.H for intervention?
G.O.S.H Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front.
And they cast us aside.
Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Ooh. Sassy Stoller. Here we go. Something's about to go down.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Oh. So there is something going on.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
Which is reasonable. Any private citizen should be able to... any citizen of a nation should be allowed to learn and understand how their government does things.
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
Which, okay, they're going for the Switzerland approach.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Ah, okay, so they're pulling a Yulmore on us. Are they pulling a Yulmore on us?
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted.
Oh.
No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Okay. Don't those mean the same thing?
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Oh. Ow. I can punch my microphone. Okay, but surely that's a good thing? I mean, research better, research helps you understand things and... Hey, Shah. Yeah, it's like, surely research and archiving that research is a good thing because it helps to ensure that there's knowledge there for future generations.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony.
Oh. Oh, this is going to be good.
The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives.
Okay. Sounds pretty much like any major university and stuff like that.
Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
Fair enough.
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Oh wow, that long ago? That was definitely before Garlemald, and that was definitely before the last calamity.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Oh, they learned something of Hydaelyn, didn't they?
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh so important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Oh.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
And they can't talk about it either.
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
Yes, because if we don't stop the final days from happening, your fucking work is going to be... there's going to be no point to your work.
We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival.
Which will mean nothing if the
Come
world is
what may,
destroyed.
we shall live on. We must.
That's different. He said that differently to how he did in the trailer. The trailer was better.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
I don't think he understands. No, that's perfectly fine. A shower.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania.
Oh, I know.
Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Calm down, Colonel Sanders.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
The doom that you guys stated was not coming.
But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Because we weren't trying to. We were just trying to find answers.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections.
Okay, I like him already.
Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Something's going on.
Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
So, censorship.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
How can he see the ones behind him?
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Okay. I guess we can't do anything more here then, so that's probably the end of the Sharlayan quest line for now. I'm assuming I have to go over and help Favner now. All I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the Favner stuff. I'm going to attempt to do all the Favner stuff. And that should leave it with whatever comes after, like the split questline part, left to do on Thursday. And then Sunday should be continuing on after that. Speak with a Stoller. Where's a Stoller? Stoller is not here. Or at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the form discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so slowly curtailed, however, we'll struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. I guess we're going over to the Levier household. The overall picture has grown clearer. Yes, but that's not in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. I feel I know what it is. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? They learned that Hydaelyn was a primal 250 fucking years ago. What do you expect? Survival come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphano, Alizé, it is you. Oh, is it the mother? Is it Mama Levier? When you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so glad they allowed you to stay. Yeah, it's Mama Levier. Millions Levier, at your service. You find people must be the signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Oh, please, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. I want to be chastised for speaking with my own children. I'm well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment. But I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Erendil, what do you think? Oh no. No. For the day, this turned out to be. Champion of Order, I insist that you join us. Okay. Ah, but we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Erendil, if you'll be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Okay. And she was gone. And with her, any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Do I have to go? Apologies, Mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see you in such high spirits. What say you, Erendil? It seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it. Will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going then, let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Levier estate is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. I'm genuinely curious at who came up with the idea of this sort of accompaniment thing. As I know a little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, travelling to different continents, different worlds even. Okay, let's... As children, Alpha and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Oh, were you about to literally fall into the water? So, yeah, the Levier estate. Niatlas, please do come in. Please be voiced, please be voiced, please be voiced.
Welcome home, my lady.
I kind of want those furnishings.
What? What are you gawping at?
I mean, come on, it's a giant ass fucking mansion. Not really somewhere our character really goes. Cyanide quarters must have seemed squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish.
Oh, new outfits? We're about to get new outfits.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they will hold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying.
Did they mention the first?
Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid.
Well, I dread what they've said about my character.
The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Oh. I'm pretty sure Alphino should have at least mentioned Destinian quite a few times.
"'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them."
That's because anybody hurts them, I'll fucking end them.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Okay. talk about the first.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
Oh.
Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Let's see what Alphino looks like.
See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Oh, is this where he becomes a sage? Please tell me this is where he becomes a
If
sage.
you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
We can only hope, because I
May the
don't
wisdom
want
in that crystal serve
Alphino
you
to
well.
get me killed.
And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion.
Okay, I'm down to listen.
Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Okay. Sounds doable.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Will do. I'll keep them protected, don't worry. Well, at least I'll attempt to. No promises. So is this the end of this saga? Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I should refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. As it was all too brief, for now, however, it will have to suffice. As all these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. With sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Okay. It's Baldessian Annex. Hey, Taro. Hey? Something is not right. I am not getting any of the alerts come through Steam. Sorry, through OBS. But are you guys getting the alerts? Huh. Okay, there's something really odd at the moment. Let me try something. Yeah, it works. Ow. Okay. Okay, that was deafening. Where is my sound alerts? And let me just quickly do something. Da, 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 da. Control audio via OBS. Yeah. Right, okay. It's just refreshing. Then I'm going to try something. Okay, let's try one more time. Ow. That was really loud, and it came through my thing as well. Okay, and let me just retry this one last time. That's the reason I couldn't hear it. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Let me retry that one last time so I can actually test it out, make sure. There we go. Now I can hear it. I have no idea why the sound alerts is so weird, though. That is really weird. I'm just going to go to... there and see if this works. It definitely works. Yeah, it definitely works. Okay. Tari, do you want to try it one last time? Okay, there we go. It's definitely working now. Okay, good. I seem to have fixed the issue with the alerts. That was what the issue was. It was all controlling everything through OBS. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the forum strives to hide, and the flower, preached by Heidelin, is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Favnair, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Okay, there we are. So that's the culmination of the Sharlian quests. Let's go to Favnair. Let's go to Radatan. Amralasi. Okay. Amralasi. I have Kara's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Okay, so we're going to Favnair. Having been to Favnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Cora's of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Oh, is there some bad blood between the Confluence and Oriange? I ought to recall the hunt for Iceheart. Unto those sanctuary we delivered, the owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Oh no. It's been a while. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, the courage failed me at the last. As it have the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending them that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no, is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Now I kind to say so. So I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and shall face that which have long been overdue. Oh no, he hasn't even told Moonbreeders. He hasn't even spoke to her parents yet? It's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Confluence. Ah, okay, so it's this building? Yeah, must be this building. Okay, let's head in. Kite. Please be voiced. Please be voiced. They did say they apparently increased the amount of voice cutscenes, but I've yet to see it. Well, now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge, we're associates of Quirl and students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Favner, and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. I don't like the sound of that. Ah, you hadn't heard. Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetherite, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out where you're a mess of aether hurling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrivable limitation of aetherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've labelled to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. We've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Oh no. I feel like this is going to go horribly wrong. While my language may have been a bit misleading, the user need not attune to these aetherites. The aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan and the other over in Yedliamad, a port town in Favnir. As you know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radatan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemist. To sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. Let all dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we all actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the livestream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Skrull truly knows how to pick them. Yeah. Can I back out now? Can I please back out now? Might change subject. Are Master Wilson and Mistress Blavida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. Large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No. Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Oh no. I've changed my mind. I don't want to go. Oh, look. No one is spawning here. I think that's a sign that I shouldn't go. I don't want to go. This just feels like a disaster waiting to happen. This music doesn't help. This music always plays when something stupid or something bad is about to happen.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
She doesn't inspire confidence either.
I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our three travelers could line up here, please?
She is not inspiring much confidence in me. Can I back out, please?
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Oh no.
Oh, and one last thing.
That's never a good thing after you've already started the fucking machine.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What the hell does that even mean? Couldn't we have just gone on airship? Couldn't we have just gone by airship? I tune normally. We're stuck in the ether. Like, literally, it's taking that long to load.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
And...
what chance?
And there it goes.
Against such an insidious foe.
Of course, Emmett was... just had to get one more sassy quote out. There's the tower.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
Yeah, I haven't.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
No, bring us food.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Oh no.
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh no. Oh no. I guess my character is... I'm gonna have to go and stop him. Come on, just let me get there. But Manusia, a traveller, greetings and welcome. You're always good, sir, to come to me. My special Amalassi, made of only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By the way, a warm welcome to Favner. I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. Not one, not two, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. Price is high road robbery. And you want to say as much as Justinian, but you realise any words a warning you cry out will be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Justinian and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Deny. Deny. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? The merchant is swindling me? Yeah, I wouldn't pay for that shit. Just apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. Go back after I've explored the town. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My however thanks to thee and Estinian, to the fine fruits of this land. Come on, drink up. Drink up, Thancred. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Ah, I bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat, short of shedding my armour. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. Must say it's a Favnarian weave, tough and not easily unravelled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. There's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Elfino could hold a candle to you. Oh, I forgot about the sword incident. Are all Hannish merchants so unscrupulous? I expected as a dragoon to put up more of a fight. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? I can be sassy, but I'm not going to be. I am inclined to agree with thine assessment, if doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Favner as its dominion, the nation of Radat Han have long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arcasadora, a Matanga tribe indigenous to these islands. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this have combined to make a trading power of Radzat-Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece helpless travellers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant, though suggests that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical aye, with naught to lose but by learning more. So ere we seek out Kral's acquaintance, shall we see what the information we can gather here in Yadamiasa? That place. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. So I have 2 Amralasi. Who am I speaking to? Okay. Handcoffer. Right, let's split up and make inquiries in town. Erendil, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Information in Yedlimad. Yedlimad. Okay. There's something going on down there. This crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left out too long. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Genelio. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible. But I suppose things could have been worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realise. You're a traveller by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbour Guild building across the water from here. And Kafiras. Well, no, if it isn't a traveller, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Neronea. Everything seems to have a almost Silmarillion feel to it. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us? Only gods know. And Kalzal. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself. The provinces are in chaos. Yeah, have fun, Tower. And then there's a tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defences, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. Well, yeah, no shit. Alright, forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, and all the perennial Hannish favourites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalzal. I do. Which is why I get to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreign, are you not? A merchant. Please tell me you're a merchant. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsuya. I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Speak with Matsuya. Wherever he is. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. Went to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I saw my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Since he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurous, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? I guess we can give it a go. If you're willing, please let me know. And we can begin at once. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedilamad. I will observe you and learn. Mattia is accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with the quest's objectives. You can leave Mattia behind by entering a different area, putting too much distance between you, or speaking to him. Okay. Oh, actually, we'll start with the one down here. Yes. Oh god, are we having to sell fish? Try this one. Where's Nuts here? Where the fuck did you go? What the hell? A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruits by chance? If so, I want to buy some amber, let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. For eating, of course. It seems like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming in these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this, and that, and this, and that. All of it wears me down. I found myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruits, but I enjoyed our little chit-chat. Don't mind off... Mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's go on to the north side of town, shall we? How do I get up? Can I go this way? No. Ah, okay, it's over here. And then go up and speak to this guy over here. What is it? You don't, if you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, seems he's hungry. A for sickness? No, no. Nothing so unusual. I'm in a hurry to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. Just take it easier. Eat more slowly and savour your food. Well, that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can, while I still can. The better be prepared. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Take care. I feel like you can't actually sell any fish to any of these guys. I feel like there's no way to actually sell any fish. And that's just setting you up to fail, effectively. I could be wrong, though. You are behind me still, right? Yeah. Thank you for showing me. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Though you didn't manage to sell any fish in the end, but the way you fearlessly approach strangers gave me much courage. When I put on my wares, I'll remember your examples and endeavour to be fearless too. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsia? Azel, have you finished your business at the guild? So, you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, Mattia, I truly am, but for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I put all my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Oh no. Oh. So this place is truly fucked. This way, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Oh wow. So we really have to help this place then. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. So don't hit us with the sad music like that, though. I've seen you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that this would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless fools to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telothroi. Just by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Astinian. That Matsia fellow you are helping. He's Arkas Sodara, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be travelling alone? If summoning is their perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason that Arkas Sodara will be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Krar's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Okay, let's go. Rajatan is up there. You don't see Matsia nearby, but the elevator ground up ahead may provide a better vantage. You stay over there. Do not come near. Oh, it's up. Okay. So I need to go around this way anyway. Let's climb. Let's see if we can find Matsia. You do not see Matsia from here either. Leave me alone. Help. Somebody help. Matsia's voice, and it came from the north. Let's go. And there we go. Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Akasadara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see, that's your decision to make. But you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. It's our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zuk, House of Divinities. In the old tongue, it means. But they are not true divinities, those monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You come all this way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honoured to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akiali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of Favnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. Can it tarnish imprisoned in the tower? I pray that we will be able to save them. Though, indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false god. Like as not, as you said, we'd do well to study their religious traditions. To Akiali. Oh, there's a guy running around in a snowman. Why do you have to be on the road? Please move away from the road. That doesn't mean walk there. We need to head down here. So they're in the fishing village. Welcome to Akiali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that. Oh, please make yourself at home. Bands have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. And they're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They will be divided into two groups. The Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men. And the Muraga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are the divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of greater insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live better lives. Justinian just chilling on the beach, okay. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Heh, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Muraga, deities who looked like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Muraga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Muraga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods, possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces and the Muraga the limbs of men. There you are, learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. To a degree. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Please be voiced, please be voiced. Damn. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Okay. They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is her middle sister, Sandruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over crafts and is so beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Aorta preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Muraga, if I may ask? Muraga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you will find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a G.O.S.H head, and he is venerated as a progenitor of the Arcasadara. And then there are dragons, those who occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancient ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Rajasthan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that, though the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally? You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you have given us will serve us in all our efforts to deal with the tower. This is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe this is time we sort out Quara's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Quara's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Okay, I'm going to quickly nip out for a smoke, and then we'll be right back. And back. Alright, let's continue. Did you say you were going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's a brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? So the dainty ears, an adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care not you don't drown in them. Okay. It's getting a bit laggy. Ha! You'll never catch me. At least I'm hoping that hamster can't catch me. Okay, so we're heading closer to that tower. Right, okay, I'll talk to you guys in a sec. I am going to just quickly attune myself. I cast our alchemist, who's unconscious right now. It's just asleep in the rain. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to know as well. I feel like Thulhu has something to do with
Their
this.
dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
They got attacked. They've been attacked.
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests.
Oh.
You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Go ahead.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Oh dear.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here. Oh, now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Oh, okay. I wonder what these scales do.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
Okay.
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
So that's what they're working on.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course. You're the one Cryo sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, so they have heard of me. Okay.
This is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Huh. I'd like to know as well.
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King,
yes? You could say that.
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Please don't do. Please don't do that.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Yes. As long as I don't have to see that animation again.
I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your mistress Cryo. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Okay. Please let it be another voiced cutscene. Damn it! Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Although Cryo herself is tied up with another investigation, Erndl is an eminently capable substitute. We will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the Satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilising dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test. And here is where you find you and your Blessing of Light come in. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I'll explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence, and so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Oyanji and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. I'm not taking the kid with me. If you're ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. I'm not taking that kid with me. You can stay here. Oh, okay, it's up here. Nitana. Okay. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deeper. A Deeper is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I should be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Keep to a safe distance if you are not a subject. Follow Drunken Deeper's lead and try not to fall behind. Readying ether. Please stand back. Okay. Ether, please stand back. Warning, discharging ether. Show by powerless ether but suffer no ill effects. No ill effects. Okay, and I should only have one more Come on, you can go faster. Concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Sending your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come. Let me take the deeper off your hands. Thank you. It shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. And the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? See, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Akasadara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Okay, let's go. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It's situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. I may simply imagine it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Oh dear. So we have one less set of procs to worry about. Well, actually, no, we have a new proc. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Good, good, let's continue. It isn't far now, just through the pillars and up the rise. Well, we're nearly there. Hopefully we won't be in level 80 content for much longer. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and for those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. The benefits of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I'll set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. Kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, that would be Radzad-Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Oh. Okay.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of this satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad-Han.
Okay.
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming the Gaja are those giant elephants then.
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether.
Oh. So the Gajasura are going to be the ones that we're going to have to face then.
Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Okay.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
Okay.
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad-Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
So I thought a satrap was a governor of a province.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
And of course he's here.
To admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Why can I hear him twice?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat? with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal. Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I really look forward to putting him in his place. Good enough for spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. It's back to the great work, shall we? Palaka's stand. Unattuned. Oh god, Judd just logged out, which means he's going to have a pain in the ass to try and log back in again. Considering peak time is about to start up. Okay, he's not up there still. Okay. Endil, my thanks for your assistance. With your help, we're a little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Any money is money. I'll take it. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to the work on talisman. Ah, both of you are back. Excellent. Message for you, Mistress Nidana. You have seen the stores at Giant Skull are running low. What? When I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Oyanji told everyone about the tempering cure, and Asinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you'd like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone or kidnap us at large. Endil, loath though I am to pass another task on to you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it's found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. Maybe impose on you once more. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenua. He will furnish you with the ore. Release, but permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of hamsa, Mistress Nitana? By all means, you try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Are hamsters those dodo-looking things? I feel like I feel like dodos are those. I feel like it's like the dodo-looking things. I could be wrong though. Yeah, the dodos. Okay. Here are Hamsa and Endil. Creatures look familiar. It's because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Favnir. and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these were recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant host repurposed its remains as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead, and yours to follow. Let's be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. I see that. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called... The sword holds was wielded by the Manusia against the Moraga before it was cast down at a conflict's end. Okay. I still have no idea what it was pointing to. I'm assuming it's the tower. To the left and requiring no introductions is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there. The main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. The Hamsa hatchery, Giant Skull grounds. Okay. We're nearly there. And then hopefully it shouldn't take too long to go through the Favner Favner quest line. So we'll stop once we get to the level 81 quests. Like the actual main level 81 quest line. And here we are. Manned by the Radiant host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Yeah, it's definitely ominous. Well, well, who should it be but young Vashan? On an errand for the Satra? I am. His Excellency bade me come collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honoured to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young we regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often travelled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Listen not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? Well, Nabdeen, thank you. And who might this be? Not tarnished by the look of him. We introduce Erendil Sanilon of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? The towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? Terrible. It's bad. May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. That's an idea, given the unprecedented nature of the threat. Some of us are understandably anxious. We'd be glad for any tidings you can share. You two bring Vashan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telothroi? You know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What, they want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? It's Fandaniel. Everything is madness. Well, you can better do when let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. It's good to know. Although I don't know if you guys will be able to handle it. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zult, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Naronair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're foreign, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, and our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats, such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we struggle to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeed in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Did they likewise spawn monsters? To a degree. So it's much the same everywhere, with every nation struggling. We cannot expect to call for outside aid to be answered. No. We're really struggling at the moment. Oh. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub, Ratatan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the depth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east upon the Hamsa, you'll arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together, till we meet again. The Hamsa appears to want to return home. It reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak to the Radiant Beastkeeper, the Hamsa hatchery to mount it again. And it can't fly. So it said follow it east. So I'm assuming I just keep following this road. And then go across here. Avoid the Manjusaka. They're in every fucking area. Don't you seed follow me. Don't you seed volley. I got my eye on you. Here we go. As soon as you arrive at your destination, then the Hamsa dashes off. This is indeed the Giant's Gold grounds, and I am Zenua. Is there something you require? Giant's Gold for the alchemist, you say? But of course they shall have it. There are tasks to deal with this tower, and just the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you go, a sack of the purest Giant's Gold. We will set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Oh. God damn it. Okay, there we go. Welcome back, Erndil. I hope you have the giant score? Yes, I do. A whole sack of it. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these to me. I think we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
I hope they are.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
Still upset about his blood being drawn.
Of the Far East, of Thavner. Children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
If any of the
succumbed to
Sharlayan
madness,
if any
were
of the
not the
Sharlayans would
Telophoroi born of her body as were we.
join them.
They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, and spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Daniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
Oh no.
At long last.
Get back there now.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
That's a smart move.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place. To accompany me to the Tower of G.O.S.H.
Wait. Huh? What?
Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But
But she's
should
not
the
a
effect
warrior.
be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
I thought we were taking, like, the Radiant Host with us. Not the Alchemists.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
This is going to go horribly wrong.
Are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
That's a fucking death flag if ever I've seen
We'll
one.
keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Daniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore.
That's a death flag sitting right there. Are they going to hit us with a death this early onto the story? I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, technically I've been streaming for like 7 hours, but... And it's 7 hours in. But I mean, this is still technically the beginning of the story. And they're hitting us with death flags already? We're going to go along the coast. Yeah, that's fine, they can chase me. Not they're gonna catch up. Nearly there. This is a rather finer boat than I expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. That's a death flag. The moment characters start talking about being tempered, corrupted ether and death and everything.
Soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Or use your warding scale. Come on.
Any moment now. It's working. And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Something bad's about to happen.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
3, 2, 1.
A few more steps.
Okay, off by a couple of seconds, but...
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
I knew something bad was going to happen. There was just too many fucking death flags going on.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
I'm about to fucking end you, Fandaniel.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
What does he mean by that?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Fandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
Wolf, thank you for the follow. What does he mean?
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Technically speaking, yes. I mean, if you include the 2 times I've been in the Crystal Tower, then yes, I have.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
No. Have we?
At your service.
Oh, fuck you. Really? Armon?
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe.
Thank you for the follow, Fallout. Why has it got to be Armon?
Genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That
Why this guy?
beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe. No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence.
I've literally just had a sip.
For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor.
Okay, no taking the piss with that, Zion.
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Thank you, Hamster. Okay. No, I'm not redeeming all those. You're wasting your points. I'm not redeeming all those. That's just taking the piss. Because that's just taking the mick. That's fine. You can have your points back. I'm just not going to literally take 20 freaking drinks in one go. That's just too disruptive to the stream. And especially during a cutscene as well. I've always had one rule: when it's a cutscene, you don't do anything that's majorly disruptive. If I have to, I will time people out. When there's a cutscene going on, nothing disruptive. Especially not a cutscene that's as important as this, where it's explaining the backstory. So, are we all... Is everyone clear on that one? Okay. Because, especially when we're going through a new playthrough, especially on something like this, I want it to be... I don't want any major disruptions, because it does take the mick, especially during cutscenes. Yes, they're there, but it's common courtesy when there's a cutscene, not especially an important one, not to be disruptive.
No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
Because I will remove them all. Yes, but I would like to be able to progress the cutscene without having to worry about potentially being kicked because I'm having to sort stuff out. Especially with the way the servers are at the moment. In fact, actually, what I'm going to do, for the time being, we are going to... Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm disabling the sound alerts for now.
In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you.
Why does that not sound like Emmett South?
For while your methods leave something to be desired,
Okay, now
we
it does.
cannot deny the results of your work.
Oh no, the first time
And
it
as
sounded a little bit
fortune
like
will
La
have
Habrea.
it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
So this is explaining how the Allagans fell then. Which I thought we learned in Crystal Tower? Remember correctly?
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
Wait,
See
Aemon
what
had
lies
clones?
ahead.
When did he get clones?
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Do we at least save Managa? Or whatever. I can't remember her name now. Do we at least get a chance to save her?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
Well, now I know why Fandaniel was always so theatrical and over the top. Right, now sound alerts can go back on. Ah, you returned. But where's Mistress Nidhana? Manusia Preserve. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. Let's report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the Great Work. Okay. I'll go to the Great Work. Oh no, I need to go this way. Ooh, okay. Is that one of the dragons from the weapon? From one of the weapons? Actually does look pretty cool. And I didn't pay attention to where I was walking. Okay. Thankfully, there's a beach over here. Where am I heading? Oh, Thancred. Okay. It's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it's Fandaniel after all. Yeah. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you are right to return here first. We must tread warily, lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Oh, I speak to him again. Okay. So I'm level 81. I'm already halfway to there. Okay, so we get to meet the satrap. So I'm assuming this is going to be second to last Rajathan quest, I think. Roughly falls within about the same amount of quests as what we had in Sharlayan. So I'm hoping so. Which leaves us with about an hour. I called them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. And Hamster, when I say cutscenes, it's like important cutscenes that are explaining like major lore. If it's like a silly cutscene or something like that, yeah, I don't really care. But if it's like supposed to be like an emotional cutscene, then yeah, I do ask that people don't start spamming those things. Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive. Then the only way we can so yeah, Nidhana is trapped, so I know we're going to see the satrap. Do we get to conclude this whole thing here, or is that later on in the story, I wonder? Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. My friend Satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the Warden Scales with you. So I'm assuming this guy is now going to be the head researcher of the alchemists. And for our Asian visitors, I bear an invitation. In a report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. The fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Rajatan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honoured, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. This is settled. Please come with me to the gates east of Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Okay, so looks like we head along here and then turn west, north. Yeah, turn north at this crossroad. Just keep following this round. Okay. And there's a triple triad up here. I might give Triple Triad a go at some point in this area. Although I might need to get some new cards. Because I don't have all the same cards that I've got normally. How much further we got to go? Why have I not seen a single... Actually, no, I'm going over here. I've seen what a giraffe can do in real life. I'm not going to piss one off here. If I can help it, at least. And here we are. Oh, that's the dancer gear from Shadowbringers, I think. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you've been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. I do love the aesthetic of this place.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han.
This place actually does look really cool.
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
It's like the gods are already pissed off with us.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
At least there's no crystal grapes anymore.
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Why does it give me Uldar vibes? At the same time, though. Why do I feel like merchants are going to have like a major part to play here?
Megaduta.
It's a very colourful palace.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
That is some unique hair.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radz-at-Han.
Nice city you got here.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale.
Yes. I think.
Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
You're welcome.
I assume you speak of Nadana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nadana and the others.
I hope so.
I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This
Oh.
charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
And there it
Forgive me,
is.
But were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
No, he's on about the dragon.
He hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Oh. So that's Vitra.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone.
Okay.
In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
Okay. But, why is he in your hall?
Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz-at-Han.
Okay, you still haven't explained why he's here.
If Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Wait, he only has one eye? Oh shit, yeah.
'Tis here, buried within a semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radz-at-Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my win.
So Vitra has been
That would
keeping
explain
an eye on us
why I
for
felt the
ages.
presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs.
So wait, Vitra and Nidhogg hate each other?
That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz-at-Han.
Keep it a secret?
With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course,
I will do.
be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think
I'm willing
of
to
what
do
we
it.
might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
And I feel like it's about to kick off with level 81 quests soon. And of course he's already going.
Lend thine aid.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzadhan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
So, we will be on our way to Sharlayan again. Before, if you haven't already done so, be sure to tune to the F right here before departing, unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. I've already attuned to it, don't worry. Can we actually enter? Okay, not just yet. That's just horrible. Over 1,000. That's just horrible. Okay, and we must... Oh, wait, hold on. Of course I'm going the wrong way. Hold on. No. Where am I even going? This way. And I'm assuming I need to go into the main hall. Come on, let me in. Come on, pop up. God, why is there so many people here? Holy shit. No, it's taking a while for it to load up. There we go. I wish there was an actual way that I could just disable all other people other than who's on my friends list and in my party. So I was getting ready, getting used to balmy Favnair. We're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Yeah, I know about holding X, which removes the names and makes it easier so you can actually select things. What I mean is just sort of like remove the actual player characters themselves to try and take less. Yeah, it's. I just wish we could actually remove some of like the actual player characters to make things load in faster, or at least is there a way I can actually limit the amount of characters that show on the screen? Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Oh no, I already am 81. And is this the final 80 quest? No, this is 81. Okay, so this is the start of the 81 quest line, which will be the quest line we do on Thursday. Is there a way I can limit the amount of people showing on my screen? Ah, God damn it. I wish they added in like a feature where you could just do that. Like say I only want to show like 20 or maybe like 20 like player characters at any one time. Alright, now that we got all lists sorted though, and we're up to level 81, I'm assuming that level 81 quest is the one for the first dungeon. Which I want to hold off until the start of the next stream on Thursday. I kind of want to fix my glamour set. Did I get anything else? No. I barely got anything from that, to be fair. No major upgrades. Oh god, remove these horrible looking things on my arms. I'm assuming that is the dungeon quest, isn't it? Because I'm assuming it's similar to like 2 quests away. Yeah. It's right, because we're already peaking on like nearly 8 hours into the stream. Like we are literally nearly at 8 hours into that stream. I don't think I'll have enough time to be able to get that dungeon done before the end of my stream. Oh, finally it's fixed my glam. But we will definitely be picking it up at 10 o'clock on... Taru, I am not doing another 24-hour stream this soon after my last one. I'm not even doing a 12-hour stream this long after my last one. The only reason I did an 8-hour today was purely because I wanted to get the MSQ started. Today, Thursday, and Sunday are MSQ days. They're all going to be 8-hour streams. I'm not doing another 24-hour stream. I would rather die than do another 24-hour stream. Fine, I'll do the bloody dungeon. But before I do the dungeon, I will be going for a smoke. Because I feel like I bloody well need one. Oh, and welcome in, Basil. So I'll go into this room. So I haven't got any of the fucking people around. And it should load everything a lot quicker. So I'm going to quickly nip out for a smoke. We will do the next set of quests, do the dungeon, and we will end it on the dungeon. Hamster, you are on Cactar, if I remember correctly, so yeah, unfortunately I can't drag you into this dungeon. But Taru and Basil, and anybody else who are on Omega, yeah, you can feel free to come and join the dungeon. when we get there. But we'll be right back in about 5 minutes. So I'll let you enjoy this music. I'm back. Speak to Kryl. Since there's been progress in both investigations, so we share the findings with our respective locales. Yes, go on then. Please be voiced. Okay, dangerous words.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful.
Oh, our time in Sharlayan was also eventful.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree.
I agree. While I
Oh.
still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have
Damn
all
it, Stoller.
exhausted our avenues of investigation.
You had to steal my phrase.
Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
We free
According
the
to
Managa.
and Fudola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses?
So at
Simply
the
pulling
final
a prisoner from the
boss-
wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is
We
a
cut
way
them out.
to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
We cut them out.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
There is one issue with that though. We're going to need to get a load of Porksies. Because there's going to be so many tempered.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
I hope so. Yeah, I'm sorry, Alphino, but I have to do this.
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
Okay, Alphino. Just don't get me
Seems
killed.
we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
Near the tower. Let's go.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
At least I don't have to do that anymore. I'm thankfully done with having to use that goddamn confluence confluence aetherite shenanigans. I am not going through that etherical sickness again. Oh god, why is Charlian taking so long to... Oh, shit. Somebody just popped up to level 90 around me. Somewhere. Okay, meets with them in the Hamsa hatchery. Okay. Travel to the Great Work. And from there, travel up to the hatchery, and we should be good to jump in to the dungeon. Oh shit, they did it as a samurai. Okay. Fuck off. There we go. Let me grab my horse, and we'll be on our way. Do you give me an aetherite at least? Okay, you do. Good. I'll be back for you. You're now in the instanced area Favner 2. I don't know why I was running towards a wall. And don't worry, everyone, I will be going to get all the aetherites. Although I'm still trying to figure out where is my where's my aetherite compass? Go to duty collection. Oh, okay. That explains a lot more. Okay. Nabdeen. Okay. Ah, friend of Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boats we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to you to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Where's the boat? Boat's down here. Stand by the boats. Nearly there. Once we do this dungeon, then that will be the end of the stream, and I need to actually check to see who is up so that I know who to raid. I got a few. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. And no warning, however empathetic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which, we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. USB, we should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed. It would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. I'm tempted to be sassy. Oh, but I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. So if you agreed, we'll divide into two groups. Erendil and his band will break through the tower's defences and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Hafnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word. For the people of Favner, nay the entire world, we must prevail. Here we go. The tower result now accessible. This is it. Let's see what everyone has to say. Radiant host and I'll be watching from the outpost, ready to act at the first sign of unusual activity. May the scale serve you well and protect you in lieu of Vitra's fangs and claws. Okay. I can't type tonight, it seems. Dungeons, the Tower Zot. Duty completion. Right, I put the party finder up, so anybody who wants to join, it's in party finder. Password is 1234. And now we wait. Actually, who is online? I actually didn't check. Well, okay, I think I know where some people are. Quilla is stuck in Spriggan. That poor soul. He is stuck in Cerberus. Again, poor soul. And Louis Soir. What I'll do... How long do I actually have on this? Changes. There we are. What I'll do, I will hold out for a few minutes. And if need be, I'll just run in with the trust. Or... In fact, actually, that's a good point. Should I do it as a trust or should I do it with people? People, always. Okay. Bots suck. Fair enough. Basil, you want to join? Actually, hold on. What can I actually do? While I wait. I don't know why I thought Kryl had a mask on then. Actually, let's see what people have to say while we wait. Because I've ever been to one of the towers, such a sinister aura exudes. It's been a while since I last took to the field, and I can't help but feel nervous, but with everyone at my side, I'm sure all will be well. Though our parties are separate, I will trust in you, as I know you will trust in me. Let us both give it our all and add another rousing chapter to the saga. Aside from primals, within the tower we show for a certainty encountering fraud Imperial soldiers. Defenders conveyed hither by means unknown, who will stop at nothing to hinder our efforts. Unless you worry, I've not forgotten my healing spells. Be it restoration or destruction, the sorceress can command whatever magics the situation requires. With Ashola keeping them company, the other party will be able to hold their own against the enemy if needs be. So we can tackle our own task without worrying over them. Come, let us be about it. First this armor, blessed with Ratatoska's power, and now Victor's scale. Much has changed for dragons to show me such favour. With Nidhogg with me, in spirit and in hand, no obstacle will bar our way. My warden scale is safely tucked away. I'm ready when you are, Erendil. I may not be the Azure Dragoon, former or otherwise, but I guarantee that I'll give it as good as I get. I may have taken up new arms, but my role is unchanged. I am a healer through and through. What emotes do I actually have? I'll give it till 10 past. And if we don't have anything by 10 past, I'll just jump in with the bots. I've seen what the DPS queues are like at the moment. They are horrible. Oh no, believe me, No, I got a party finder up. How do I look when I kneel? Okay, we have a healer. Okay, so it's just a tank that we need. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Dale. Luckily, Dale has a tank. No, he doesn't. It's at level 80. Never mind. Not Dale. Dale is a... the only one we can't use as a tank. Ooh, it's Shira. No, we have plenty of people in our FC. So we have a Shearer, I think, Wampus. Also has a tank that high? No. No, never mind. Maybe not Wampus. Jesus, he actually went through as a black mage. That's impressive. What about Glinter? Glinter, no. Oh, he's going through as machinist. Glinter's going through as machinist. Okay. And I'm pretty sure Wampus, yeah, Wampus doesn't have any tanks. So the only one I know of is a Shearer. Or maybe Sasani. Yeah. No, it's only a Shearer at the moment. So we'll hold out for a Shearer. See if a Shearer joins. Because... And to be fair though, Miru, I'm surprised you're going through as a white mage, because that must be really, really hard at the moment. Okay, I will... Oh, hold on. And then I will invite Shearer. And that's our full party. Yes, I know. I'm just saying, I'm surprised that Mia's decided to go with White Mage. Because I thought you were leveling up a tank, Miu. And I actually get to see a level 88. Oh, no, never mind. It's synced. It's going to be synced, so I don't get to see a level 88 Reaper. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, actually, no. Thulhu. Taru did tank. Taru did tank an Aurum Vale run. 2 days ago. No, I thought you already did it. Miru, I thought you already did that. You guys were talking about it like 2-3 days ago. Okay, let's go. Oh shit, yeah. Oh. Oh, it's a plan to do it. Okay. Ah, it shows on a loading screen. Okay. Here we go. First dungeon of Endwalker. I do like the music, though. I'm going to switch over to party chat for this. Yeah, that's fine, Miru. Okay, here goes. Oh god. Very laggy at the moment. I'm sorry for the lag. I am working on improving my PC. It's just going very slow at the moment. Yeah, I will do. Character. Was it character? Character config. Top character. Show limited. Okay, here we go. There's BC Mass, it's the... Yeah, I know, I've already been here. Oh, welcome in, Ashara. Okay, I'm so used to not having my own effects on that it's hard to tell if my actual skill has been used or not. Yeah, I turned mine to limited as well. Are you sure it was others causing the lag? Okay. Oh no, I always thought it was just... I thought it was mine as well. Considering how flashy Bard can get. ENDWALKER. She's a rogue. Oh, okay. Ow. Yeah, I feel like mine are also causing lag. Yeah, it's because I have a 5-year-old PC. So, like I said, I'm saving up to get a new one. Whoop. Okay. Ow. Okay, I can do this. Yeah, there we are. It's a lot better now than it was before. Okay, dead. I think. Where's the exit? of slaying. Don't need it. I do need that one. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's my PC is like 5 years old. It's an i5 7400 and a 1060 1060 Ti 1063 gigabyte graphics card. So it's the PC itself that's lagging. But I will be improving it hopefully around about March time. Once I've saved up enough for it. For the new one that I'm looking at getting. Oh, the share said wait. Oh, I was literally taking a drink when she started moving. I'll redeem that once we're out of this trash pool. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Oh, there's more in the treasure coffer. Pass. Pass. Oh, it actually stays now. That would have gone long before now. So far so good. We're just coming up to, I think, the second boss? Yeah, second boss. After this trash ball, I think. Oh, let me actually redeem that. Okay, there we go. We hopefully shouldn't be, I'm hoping we get through this fairly quick. Okay, need. Even if I don't need it, I need it. Place Prosperity's promise. Oh, actually, let me do that. Oh, okay, avoid that. I'll have to go. Oh no, no. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Okay. So I just saw that I was frozen, and I thought it was going to be 10 times worse. I'll have to jump over to Cactua because I haven't actually unlocked Summoner on here. Oh, motherfucker. Yeah, I kind of figured. At least I'm learning what the mechanics are. I'm assuming I wanted to be inside that. Really, it catches me as I'm walking, not as I'm actually doing a cool skill. Okay. I do like the music, though. The music is really cool. Okay, I guess I need to pass on that. Because I already have it, apparently. And here we go. Get rid of these trash pools. I'm wondering what the final boss is going to be. I will see. I don't like the sound of that. They've reduced... They say it's 35% chance, but it seems to have reduced the actual amount of procs I get. Ah, is that the change they've done to... Eh? No, it hasn't. I've been able to use my Shadow Bite and Refulgent Arrow without having to be in Mage's Ballad. The only one that isn't is Pitch Perfect, which is via Wanderer's Minuet. I used to get Refulgent Arrow so much more in a fight than I am right now, since these new changes. Oh, I just realised they upped it as well to 45. Okay. Pass. Pass. Well, I'm assuming we're nearly at the final boss. So I can see an orange thing just down the corner there. Okay, here's the core. It's a clown with an elephant mask. Oh, it's over here. Cinderuva. Okay. Oh, I do like this music though. Okay, let's go. Oh. Okay. I'm assuming we have to hit the sisters. Ow. Yeah, I saw the Magus sisters. I was just there like, huh? Oh, God. Nope, 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 nope. Come on, we can do this. Why am I hitting buttons I can't even use? Oh, go, 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 go. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck you. Oh, come on. That is taking the piss. Okay, we can do this. Okay, there's one down. Who are we attacking next? Ah, see you in a bit. See you in a bit, hamster. Okay, seems we're attacking Mindaruva. Mindaruva. Next. As long as I can't bring back the other friend, I'm fine with this. Wait, hold on. That's Param. What the fuck? I just realised that's fucking Param. It's either Palam or Param. The small one. Mindaruva. Mindaruva was Palam. What? And then once Tari selects, there we are. I'm stabbing Basil with an arrow right now. Fuck it, yeah, we're going with this. And just because I love the preset for it. Oh god, don't crash on me. Don't crash on me. Yeah, have a good one. Have a good one, Fallout. Now that I think about it, actually. Pass. And pass. Wait, you saw it, right? What? What did I miss? What the fuck did I miss? What the hell did I miss? I'm confused. No. You said you saw it, right? What happened? I'm curious now. I am definitely curious. What happened? I'm concerned now. Come on, tell me what happened. Well, either way, I will be ending that here. Let me see who is live. And I'll be sending you over. Okay, so I think I have an idea of who to send people over to. So we're going to head over to my good friend Ashy. And thank you for that, Tyron. We're going to go over to my good friend Ashy. Send them some love. And hope you'll have a good one. And we'll be continuing the story on Thursday. So have a good night. If I can actually type. So, hope everyone has a good night, and I will catch you all Thursday.